Hello, happy Tuesday. Sorry, I didn't do this before I hit. There we go. Welcome back to Pyanodons. What are we doing today is the question. My mic seems like it's really hot. What am I? Oh, it's in a different position than usual. Let's move that back a couple inches. That'll help. Okay. What are we doing? I think we were looking at Kickalks, yes. Kickalk module breeder, double check drill head production, big iron mines. Okay. Did we actually build the Kickalk module breeder yet? We did not. So I think that's what I need to jump into, is getting that built. Sure, I believe that. Did I decide where I wanted to do this? I guess it goes up here somewhere, because that's where all the module breeders go. And then we do need to figure out iron sooner than later, because I'm pretty sure it's functional, at least for now. But this iron patch is getting very small, so we do want to look at the big iron mines and figure that out. For now, though, let's head up to the part of the base where I've been doing all my module breeders, and we'll get Kickalks built. What's going on with this stuck train? Is that just a fuel train? It is. I don't care. At some point, I'm going to get to go around and find all of those old fuel stations and make them less bad. Really just replace them with normal fuel request stations from the fuel. Oh, right. I forgot I did this last time. They snap now. Which is going to be super useful, except in this one section where we're off-grid. Because I think right in here we're off-grid. So I might have to briefly unsnap it if I'm building facing south from from this area. I got off-grid here when I was trying to fix the rails over this ancient remains. And I didn't realize it until I was coming back in this direction. So I forget where it's weird. It might only be weird to here, so maybe all of this is on grid again. Maybe I fixed it all the way to here, so it's just these ones that are off. I don't remember. Hopefully most of it is on grid, though. Okay, let's take a look at EFC, and let's figure out what we're doing for this kick elk breeder. We need to be bringing in sand, lamps, fertilizer, ash, biomass. 5 things. Plus great alien samples, retrovirus, and the microcin, but those I think can be at a different station. So I think we take in those 5 things, and then we'll feed them into the first stage here. And then the lamps we can feed through to the later stages as we go. Yeah, that's fine. This doesn't have the grow kick elk 2. I'm only feeding the phase 2 breeding ones up into the phase 3. Interesting, but apparently that's all we need. Once it's up and running. If I add the grow kick elk, does it break? It doesn't think that it wants it at all. It's like, no, this is worse, don't bother. Okay. Sure. That does simplify it. Do we even need this first stage kick elk now that I think about it? Because we can feed that off rails, right? We have kick elks. We just don't have enough of them for my needs moving forward. Yeah. So in that case, maybe we don't even do the kick elks on site. That simplifies this a little bit. In that case, we're just bringing in lamps, retrovirus, lamp, great alien samples, and microcin. We don't even need the flue gas anymore. We do still have mutant enzymes coming in. And then everything else is on site. Oh, and this says we don't even need to be making kick elk seeds. We get enough kick elk seeds from... Okay. This thinks that we get enough from this system, although I'm worried that it's rounding. YAFC does some weird stuff with its epsilons. I think its epsilon is fixed. It's not like a percentage of the value. So when you're doing stuff in the like micro whatevers per second, it gets weird. Oh, it says that this can end up supplying enough kick elk seed 2s to like keep the loop closed. All right. That makes sense. So this might be slow to start up because it has to get all the way up to this stage before it's actually running. And that is kind of the problem with using EFC for these setups. It doesn't know that it's relying on slow startups. It just knows that everything kind of works out in the end. But that's fine. It will indeed all work out in the end. So... Let's clear... Oh, not that one. Clear some trees. Lamp. Great alien samples, Microsyn J25, and retrovirus. Okay. And we need to feed, I guess, just the lamps and the great alien samples, and everything else kind of loops around. Where are we getting Kickalc Seed 1s from in this build, by the way? The answer is nowhere. Yeah, okay. I'm looking at this, and I think that this system is relying on closing some loops, but I do still need to inject some initial things, right? So we do still need to bring in Kickalcs and Kickalc Seeds initially to start the Phase 2 breeding program. I'm surprised. Wait. 0.0081. This says 0.0012, 0.002. That's only 0.0032. Where are we getting the rest of them from? Have we hit... I think we've hit that thing that I was talking about, which is YAFC's, epsilons. Is that something that I can set? I don't think so. Don't use fixed size epsilon, kids. Okay, I mean, we definitely need to bring in Kickalcs, right? There's no way that we're making enough Kickalc ones. And similarly, Kickalc Seeds, we might be making just enough, but we can bootstrap those. I mean, from the Kickalcs, right? We'll make Kickalc Seeds, and we'll bring in Kickalcs. So that's fine. That's what we have to do there. And then this makes some number of Kickalc Mark IIs and Kickalc Seeds Mark II. Again, all these numbers are rounded, so it's hard to tell exactly what's happening. But those get fed here. The rest of these loop back. I might have to just put some buffer chests in, just because I think we're going to be, like, overproducing Kickalc Mark IIs initially, and then... I mean, again, this is consuming 0.1. This says this makes 0.2, and this one makes 81 micro. Where are the rest coming from? If I say I want Kickalc Seeds Mark II, it says I don't need this at all. Which seems wrong. Because there's no way we're making enough. This needs 100 milliseeds a second. Here, let's switch this to, like, hourly. Maybe that'll work better if we do it per hour. Will you figure yourselves out? No. But now it's really obvious that it's not gonna work right, where this says it needs 364 Kickalc seeds an hour, and we're only producing 73 and change. Yeah. What the heck, Yafsy? Will that force it to... No, not really. Oh, but if I get this going, it does. Interesting. What if I uncheck kickouts? There we go. Now it says we need to bring in kickouts and everything. Okay. So it does solve, as long as it doesn't think that the initial kickouts are coming from within the system. There we go. That's what I need. I had those bound when I shouldn't. And now it says, yes, you do need to convert some of these to seeds, and all the way up. And we make our drastically small number of these a second, but per hour, 158 an hour, that's plenty. I mean, this build uses 120, so, like, it'll take a couple of hours. But that's fine. I could probably do 2 of these, actually. Because I said that I wasn't going to do the base kickouts on site anymore. And that means that I have an extra plantation. Yeah. So let's do 2 of them. Why not? So that means that we do have a 5th input, which is the kickouts. Okay. That's easy. And then we are also... This shows 0, but we do need to do a little bit of this just to bootstrap the system. Yeah, and we do have extra either Kickalc Seed Mark IIs or Kickalc Mark IIs. Or both. So we're going to have to figure out what to do with those. Which one ends up being, if it's the Kickalcs, 0.02 a second. If it's the seeds, 0.074. Okay. So yeah, we want to do, the Kickalcs are what we want to end up buffering. The Kickalc Mark IIs. Although I'm surprised we can't just consume them all. Because we should be able to turn... I think we can consume it all. I think we just need to have the right priorities and everything sorted out. What's going on with this train? Oh, I don't have... yeah, we haven't built the rest of the tracks here yet. That'll do it. Alright, there's no trains with this stop. I'm going to actually disconnect this. Because I want to change that now that I've realized that I need a 5th item, which is the Kickalcs. I want to change this to a bigger one of these. And then we can put it back on. Oh boy. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Caught it in time. I realized what I did. I reconnected this before I connected the signal wire there. Okay. So our first step is we need to turn... Well, we need to add Kickalcs to our requests, for one thing. So if we look at EFC here, we're going to turn Kickalcs into Kickalc seeds. That'll need to be merged with priority with the seeds that loop back around. That's fine. I wonder if this will now add, now that I'm bringing in the Kickalcs, if I do grow Kickalc 2s, no, it still doesn't want them. Which I guess makes sense because why? I think it's treating the Kickalcs coming in as basically free, but that's fine. Because we can run 2 of these off just the breeding program, right? We're still only at a quarter of a plantation here. Probably if I went up to like 6 of these, it might start to think that I should do more. But for 2, whatever. So yeah, we're gonna have... I'm gonna try to keep this pretty close and go north here. We have a single fluid drop-off for... what goes into this? Mutant enzymes. And then we're going to have an output. Solid pickup. There we go. And that'll be the output. Bop, bop, bop. Okay. So let's start. We're going to have a kick-out plantation here. This is doing the phase 2 breeding program. And this needs to bring in kick-out seeds, lamp, clay, carbon dioxide, and water. Okay. Clay and CO2 we're going to make on site. I'll tuck those down here. Lamp and kick-out, I guess, can go on... well... we're also going to need lamp for the phase 3 breeding program. So I think I'll do lamps and great alien samples on one belt, and then we'll just end up sharing that. And then the kick-out belt will come from... yeah, because we have to loop kick-outs back and prioritize them and stuff. So we'll do lamps and alien samples. And we need very few lamps a second. And then the kick-outs and the kick-out seeds, I think, will come here. And I can do, yeah, botanical nursery. If I do a nursery here, no. We're going to have kick-outs looping back around. So the input priority, sorry, is right. And then we only go to one side. That's fine. And then we can do... this thing. Doing the seed mark ones. And we're not going to need that many seeds coming from this, so I'm not worried about it. And then same deal, right, is we're going to need to potentially merge this with the outputs of everything else. And then those can merge together. I don't hate that. And that feeds up into this thing. There we go. Output-wise, this is going to have Kickalc Mark IIs and Kickalc Seed Mark IIs coming out, and we're going to have to, again, filter and prioritize these. Hey, Acid. Welcome in. Because we're also going to have Mark II seeds that come out of later phases. We're going to have to merge all that stuff together and prioritize it correctly. Figure that out in a second. I am doing well today. I actually slept well last night, so I'm feeling reasonable. I'm feeling like a human being. And then the Mark 1s. Here, let's actually do this. As long as the Mark 1s are coming out on the correct side of the belt, and they probably won't. We'll deal with that in a second. The base Kickalcs can just come down here. I am looking forward to the 2.1 improvements to inserter lane handling, because I've always been bad at getting that right the first time. What am I doing? I am working on Kickalc module upgrades. We need a lot more Kickalcs for fiber moving forwards, and if I do it with just the Mark 1 modules, they're going to be huge builds. So I'm working on getting the Mark 2 and Mark 3 Kickalcs going that give speed buffs to the factories. Whoops. No, didn't mean to do that. Just this one. Let's do these in this order. So we're going to have these go here. We're going to have a splitter. Maybe we do it like this. That is exactly correct. Okay. So this is input priority right and output priority right, which I think is what I want. Basically, the Mark IIs that come from the later stages, I want to feed through here. And then we want to prefer to feed the Kickalcs themselves through until the Kickalcs overflow, and then we turn those into seeds. Yes. So anything that comes over here is the overflow, and we turn those into seeds. So that'll be one of these. And then that output gets to combine with this. And that will be a priority in, I think that's this one. Again, I know that I need to double check all of my drop lanes, etc. And then this is also going to have to get merged with the seeds from the later stage, and I'm not sure where those need to end up. I'll have to figure that out in a minute. And then a little further up here, we can do the Mark III machine. Which needs this same belt, which I'm kind of made difficult for myself, but whatever. Needs this, and it's going to need this one. Sure. And it's also going to need the clay belt. Yeah, that's fine. I haven't run the clay belt yet. That'll be coming along on this side. So that's all fine. And then same deal. This is going to have some Kick-Alk. Oh, Kick-Alk Mark 1s. Interesting. But we're going to have outputs for the phase 3s. And then one down here for the Mark 1s that I'm going to have to route back down into here. Which is easier said than done. This is going to be a big old plate of spaghetti. I don't care. It is not a build that I ever have to have... that I ever have to look at again. I guess I could sideload here, can't I? Because we expect the correct side to already be, yeah, that side. I was thinking I couldn't sideload there because I have to make sure everything's on the right side of the belt. But that is the right side of the belt, so it's fine. We can sideload. Why are you not grabbing lamps? Oh, why are you holding those? You should never have done that. Weird. Yeah, so this will turn on doing the first stage breeding loop once I get CO2 and clay and water hooked up. So let's do that. Let's just get those pieces going. The CO2 is easy. The CO2 is just a moondrop greenhouse tucked away down here somewhere. Gotta love CO2 drops. And then water. Can I get a water pump on these? I can. Cool. Ooh, off by one. Water. And actually, let's change this because I'm going to need space down here to make steam. So we'll grab that from there. Grab our boiler. Oh, the boiler's pass through. I can just do this. Disgusting, but it works. And then the steam feeds this guy. Which is going to have clay. I'm actually going to do this. Yeah, let's move this belt over. And that way, if I bring the clay over, we can just run it alongside both of these machines. Like so. So this is going to start going, and it's going to produce very small amounts of everything. But it will eventually start spitting out Kick-Alks. Oh, this is wrong. This should be this belt. Let's do that. You think it's going to take that long? So it's worth putting the Mark II breeder in? I didn't actually do the math on how long it would take to get it kickstarted. Because these need, what, how many to run? 10, 2, and then into the fractional percent. Yeah, I know that it doesn't appreciate kickstart time. I just didn't really do the math on what it would look like. I was also fighting to get it to even solve earlier, so that's part of the problem. All right, so if we go back to one of these and I do put the Mark II, this one in, which it thinks it doesn't need, can I just force this to a 1? And will it solve? It certainly thinks it can solve. Kickstart and grow are two, yeah. But I can't really unlink them in YAFC unless I make them like separate tabs, because they have all the same inputs and outputs. That's the problem. I could make them separate tabs. But like if I force this to say that we have removed the growth tree entirely and aim for 1 Mark III seed per hour. So if we do that, and I say kick out seed Mark III, 1 an hour, I'm just going to switch this over to hourly. There we go. Maybe. Oh, that's fine. It's just because it's making the extra Mark IIIs coming out of that system. So that says I need a lot more of these running to make 1 seed an hour. Yeah, and that makes sense, right? Because otherwise, we're waiting for the first ones to run. And once they run, they can feed themselves basically forever. Right? These grows are not quite a loop, but pretty close to it. It's interesting that kickouts fail so hard with this. Maybe because the phase 3 grow also produces so many... Sorry, I'm just trying to get the phase 3 grow back. Maybe because the phase 3 grow produces so many Mark IIs at the same time. Okay. So yeah, aiming for 1 seed an hour, which would get our first phase 3 grow running at like 5 hours, right? Because it takes 5 of them. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. I just need to add a few more buildings in for the grow stage of Kick Elk 2. And then can I do maybe? Let's try this. Create nested table. I'm going to pull all of this into a table. We're going to see if I can make this work. Might not work. Carbon dioxide and clay can stay outside. That's fine. All right. Can I... Ah, you can't. Darn. I wanted to set fixed production on, not on the building, but on the subsheet. But it doesn't look like you can do that. Because then if I want to add row Kick Elk 3 here, and I set this to 1 an hour consumption, don't link the Kick Elk 3s. Yeah, I want to relink those in here. It is fine if it... Well, no, because now it wants to pull in those, and now it'll be like, you don't need... How are we producing 1.98 an hour Kick Elk Seed Mark III? Consuming... Oh, because I have this set here. Duh. Remove desired product. There we go. Is this doing what I want now? This is saying that it consumes 1 an hour of these. Which is very slow still. I guess what I really need is I need... This is going to end up separate, just because I want this to be linked. Yeah, this says it can make 0.98 an hour. Just pulling through all the seeds. But then if I set you to like 1... 1.2 thousand an hour, 1.18 from looping this, and it gets the rest. No, but now it's doing the thing again where it doesn't want to run this because it thinks it can get them all from here. Ugh. How do I set you to a higher number? That's what I want, is I want to set this remove the inputs from the... I don't know what you mean by that. Like, which inputs? Like, I can unlink Well, now we're linking... Those are fine. I don't want the kick-out seeds to be linked Well, I want the kick-out seeds to be an output. Alright, I'm just going to start over. We're just going to start over. We're just going to start over. We're just going to start over. Unlink everything. Kick-out seeds. Create nested table. We make you from the breeding program. We make you from grow, from breeding. Kick-out ones come in. That's fine. But this is all at 0. I could set here a fixed production amount of 1. And it gets mad at me if I even try. Yeah, the Mark IIs... And that's fine. Those are blue now. That does mean that I can't feed the Mark IIs in anymore. Well, YAFC won't solve me. But I still can't do what I want to do, which is say, I want this subsheet to produce a certain minimum amount and then supplement it with the Mark IIIs, right? I can say that I want a fixed production amount here, which is not 7.2 an hour, like 1 an hour. See, that still doesn't solve either. Why does this not solve? Do I need to link you? No, you don't like that. But the whole sheet, then it says, thinks that it can do 3 an hour when I do that, and that's not what I want. Oh, no. There we go. It was Kick-Out Mark III. Right. Because it wants... What does it want to do? What is it trying to link there? Remove the kick-out to seed recipe from the kickstart. This one? Oh, and that broke the whole thing. You'll get 5 seeds to grow before you have enough kick-out to make 1... Okay, so I just don't need that in the... Relink all the Mark II stuff. Relink the Mark I stuff. Not that it should matter. I'm just going to leave that floating. Okay. And then if I say... See, it fails immediately. It's not happy. Missing the Mark II... Oh, is that the issue? Let's try that. There we go. So now if I say 1 an hour Mark III seeds out of this system, that'll also output some number of... We link our seeds and add the kick-out to kick-out seed recipe. Ooh, doesn't like that. Why don't you like that? Is this kick-out positive? Is that the issue? Yes, this thinks it's kick-out positive. Okay. Cool. All right, but that does get us locked at 1 an hour. And then we need to link the seeds here. We say we also turn those into seeds. And now it's like, don't bother doing anything. But if I set the fixed building count at 1, it wants to turn everything into seeds to run the loop. Which seems wrong. Because these should make more kick-outs than they consume. Right? Because it's 1 kick-out to 1 seed, and then this consumes 5 seeds and makes 5 plus 0.4. Oh, I probably just need to allow overproduction. There we go. That's what I was missing. I'm surprised that It did the thing again where its epsilon is a fixed threshold, and when you're dealing with a couple hundred items an hour, it can be below the threshold and it'll think it's solved, even though it should have been flagging this as red because I needed to mark this as whatever. And now the issue is all of these Kickalc Mark IIs that need to come back into this system. But I think the reality is that these are way below the amounts that are being produced here anyway, so we do still put our priority inputs in. We just don't have that accounted for in YAFC. Because as soon as you account for that in YAFC, it stops giving you your bootstrap. Okay, that's fine. I still wish I could just do this right here and say, I want this sheet to produce so much of this. Like, lifting this out is fine. We make a few extra seeds, and realistically, I think at 1 seed an hour, including the Kickalc 3s, it was still over 2 plantations, so we were going to make 3 of these anyway. But still mildly. And then we're very, very Kickalc seed positive on this, which is fine. 60 an hour, 53.5 an hour. Oh, this says we need to bring in 100 an hour Kickalcs. Yeah. But we make lots of extra seeds. Okay. I might have to change some of how we're routing this. And definitely get more plantations. And we do still have to bootstrap the Mark 1 Kickalc seeds. Or do I have Kickalc seeds on rails? Can I bring them in? No. That's fine. We'll still have a little bootstrap of Kickalc Mark 1 seeds. And then we'll have to overflow those to, I guess, an output. The problem is I don't currently have Kickalc seeds on rails, so it's not that many, but it's enough that it's going to back up eventually. Ugh. And there's no way for me to make this consume those, is there? Because... yeah, because this uses more Kickalcs than Kickalc seeds. No, that's not true. It uses 10 kick... because this produces heaps and heaps of Kickalc seeds? Is that the issue? Yeah. Because apparently the Grow Kickalc 2 produces enough, well, to keep the breeding program happy. Interesting. I don't think it'll actually fill up anytime soon. That is true. Yeah, as are the Mark II modules and the Mark II seeds. Ugh. Yeah, I can just dump it all in a deposit and worry about it later. That is an option. Okay. So what do we need? We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Kickalc plantations. I think I only have 4 of them right now. Yeah. So we do need to request... couple more of those. We can do that up here. Let this finish its craft. There we go. And we are going to start pretty much this whole thing over, I think. Actually, I probably could have left the first one where it is, but that's fine. We are going to have a second fluid now because we are doing the Kickalk 2 loop. Which I think I'm making the Flutech already. Realistically, I shouldn't need more than one delivery of it. Oh, look, I have a Mark II Kickalk seed. Apparently not a Mark II Kickalk, but I do have a Mark II seed. Okay. I think a lot of this is the same, right? Like the Kickalk breeding program. Yeah. I'm gonna try to make this more like how I would do more like how I would do a build for ore processing, I think, just because we're going to have multiple buildings in some of the steps now. So phase 2 breeding program does not need this belt. It does need lamps, but I can pull lamps out differently. So we're going to have lamps. We're going to have this belt that is the 2... which comes in a little... I mean, that's fine. Let's just pull this whole thing over. One more? Yeah. Input there. Input there. And we're going to have one more here. Which is going to be clay, right? Yes. Clay. Comes all the way over here. We're going to have to send clay up to later stages, so we'll put a splitter on it, and there. And Twitch is telling me that it's at break o'clock. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water, and we'll be working on this when we return. I will see everyone in just a few minutes. I appreciate you sticking around through the break. Welcome back, everybody. Okay. So this is Kickout 1. Let's move this to, like, here. Do that. That'll just get the fluid over here. So then we're going to have the phase 2 loop. Keep the CO2 on the bottom for everything. The phase 2 loop needs lamps and rich... Oh, rich clay is new. Let's do this. If we request all of these at 25 instead of 30, the trains bring 20 at a time, and normally a threshold to request of 30 means a train will be dispatched when we're half empty, right? As soon as we get down to 10, Cyberson sees that there's space for 20 more stacks, and it'll dispatch a whole train. With a request of 25 like this, Cyberson waits until we're down to 5 stacks. But that's fine for something like this where we don't need super high throughput. Like, if there's a little bit of a delay, if we use all 5 of those stacks before the next train arrives, it's not the end of the world. Rich clay. And that will come in here. We are going to need... Yeah, and then we need to bring in the seeds, which is coming from the outputs here. All very small numbers. 1 inserter is fine. So we want to split out regular kickouts. And then this has the Kickout Mark IIs and the Kickout seeds on it. So maybe what I do is this. We run that down there. No, not quite there. We run that 1 tile further north. Because I need space for the CO2 pipe here. And then, of course, we also need space here. Let's zig this below. Don't necessarily love that, but whatever. Here, we need to split out... What do we need to do? We need to split out the Kickout seeds. But our priority is going to be from this side. And then we'll do a botanical nursery here. So that turns our Mark II kickouts that we have no use for into Mark II seeds. And we prioritize the seeds that come from the Mark II kickouts so that we don't lock up. I think that's right. And then we need 3 of these in total. Dragging and dropping not working when you have inserters next to buildings is one of my Part of my brain keeps thinking that should work. I know it doesn't work. It's never worked anytime I've tried it. And yet... Okay. We need water here, and we need the Flutech in here, which has not been delivered yet, and that's making me nervous. Because we shouldn't have a lot of demand for this stuff. No, it's totally backed up. So why is it not being output? Wait, do we not ship this out? Oh. Lol. Okay. Well, that's an easy fix. I'm going to have to add another station down here and overflow from artificial blood production. Because I never set up Flutech as a standalone build. It's just part of artificial blood. That is an easy enough fix. Yeah, as long as I can find a spot for the station. Okay. But also, we're going to be waiting on other stuff, so... Let's get this part... Well, I do have a Mark 1 seed, don't I? Let's try to get my inventory a little bit more managed here. But we should be able to get this one running by hooking up the water here. Also, evening, CapX. Good to see you. Okay. And a J-Man. Everybody's showing up. Yeah, let's go fix Flutech, because it's going to take a little while for this to get enough, like, seeds for... for the Mark IIs to start. And just make sure that's going to be on the correct side of the belt. It is. Yeah, that's the right side of the belt, which is what we want here to prioritize. Yeah. So that should do the trick for those. And then we're going to have another machine up here, which I need to pick up from the mall. And this does the phase 3 breeding. And I think the setup's going to look pretty similar to this, as we have some seed filtering out of the phase 3 breeding. Yeah, we need to pull out the base kickouts, get those merged down here with everything else. And then we're good. Okay. That's interesting. That didn't connect. Weird. Oh, I wonder if there was a tree in the way. Yeah, let's go fix Flutech, get Flutech available, because this is going to take a minute to actually be ready to go. And then, why are lamps being a problem? Is this, do I need to increase my lamp production? I did set up a ghost here, so I could double lamps. Maybe we need to. Which seems ridiculous, because this makes, well, only 5 a second. Okay. I think I need one more... Yeah, I need one more botanical nursery, too. Let me add that to the requests of stuff we're missing. So, first side project of the day is let's go get... What's going to be the best way to get there? I guess it's through here. Yeah, through here. We got to get the Flutech on rails. Because I didn't realize that I never had that available. I think probably when I looked at it however many hundreds of hours ago, you know, you need artificial blood relatively early on before you need Flutech standalone, and I was like, oh, I'm not going to need that until, like, Pi-Sci 3. That's not a problem. I don't have to worry about that. I now have to worry about it. Yeah, that's just going to be a fluid pickup tucked right in here. Guess what? It's time to worry. Yep. These are not consistent because why would they be? Whatever, this works. Fortunately, I don't need it as part of any sort of like important continuous process, right? We only need however much we're going to consume to make a few hundred modules, maybe a few thousand modules. So like, whatever. There we go. I don't know how long this is going to take to start buffering. I don't know how much we're making, how quickly of this stuff. 16 a second in theory. So, hour and a half to get, no, more than that, to get 70,000. 16 times 3.5 is like 56, which isn't quite 7. So yeah, like an hour and a half. Yeah. That's fine. We'll get everything else built, and we'll just have to check in on this and make sure that all of our routing is working right. It's going to take a while for everything to bootstrap anyway. We have to wait for the module Mark IIs to bootstrap, and then the module Mark IIIs to bootstrap, so... The Flutech is going to slow down the module Mark IIs, like, getting started and being ready to feed excess into the Mark IIIs, but that's fine. Don't forget to... Oh, yeah, the extra glass works. Thank you. I did forget. And I'm assuming that I have efficiency modules in that, because I don't know what else I would be doing. Let's double check that. Where is lamp? Lamp is right around here somewhere. I don't. Oh, and this is only a Mark 1. I do love lamp. It is true. Although if I make these Mark IIs, I would just have to upgrade this to a red belt. Sure, let's do 2 Mark IIs with all the efficiency modules we could ever dream of. So that's 4 there and 2 there. And hopefully that will be plenty of lamps. We will quadruple our lamps. I might have to pull this a little further out and make more room to get more belts in here, because we're going to have... I need to be thinking about the Mark II kickouts overflowing from going to the breeding. Yeah. So this needs Mark II. Here, let me grab some Mark Is to be modules. This needs Mark II seeds and Mark II kickouts. So I need to, we're going to have Mark II. What comes out of this? A bunch of different stuff. Kick-Elks seeds, and it does sound like the old-fashioned sprinklers. That is, I believe, what the sound effect is supposed to be for the Kick-Elks. Yeah, what's coming out of this? This is going to have Kick-Elk Mark IIs, Kick-Elk Seeds Mark II, and Kick-Elk Seeds. So the Kick-Elk Mark IIs need to be prioritized to this and then overflowed down to this. And honestly, that's the same as these. Yeah, okay. We're gonna reroute this. We'll think about this routing a little bit differently. What I do know, though, is that the seed Mark Is need to end up down here at this input. And what I could probably do if I was feeling like I want to do a little spaghetti. Yeah, searching for seed is not helpful. Kick out seed. There we go. That way I can just reuse the same belt for the seed Mark Is. So we'll send those out here. Not quite like that. Actually, yes, like that, but then we'll, like, zigzag them. We'll do something like that. So that'll get the seeds out. Might be cleaner to have the splitter the other way. Which splitter? The top one? This one? Maybe. I need this space up here to figure out all my belt routing for the Kick-Elk Mark IIs and their seeds, though, and it's going to be a little funky. So, we're going to have a bunch going on here. Yeah. Depends where the other stuff goes, exactly, because I think all this needs to come down. Well, does this come down or does this go up? I think this goes up. So both of these belts are now... this belt and this belt are now both Kick-Elk Mark II and Kick-Elk Seed Mark II. I don't really like putting that on that side. But the problem is they kind of do want to merge that way because everything is on the right side of the belt, and I'm trying to keep everything on the right side of the belt. So, like, if I do it this way, it's almost just as bad. The the Kick Elk Mark IIs are prioritized here. Ooh, that is not quite gonna work. Yeah, we're back to bringing this down. That would work. Almost. Almost, but not quite. If we enable ourselves with a little bit of spaghetti, though, it'll definitely work. Alright. So the Kick Elk Mark IIs go out. And those need to be split, prioritized to here. Which is to the breeding program. Seeds also? Or do I want to prioritize the seeds to the loop? That's the question. I think seeds maybe also. Does that mean that this whole thing just prioritizes that way? And then we split it after the fact? That does kind of simplify things. Because if we say, well, the problem is this isn't two sides of a belt. This is... But I can fix that. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm figuring this out as I go. So the Kick Elk Mark IIs, there we go. So now this is a belt that has Kick Elk seeds on one side and Kick Elk Mark IIs on the other. And it prioritizes going to the right. Cool. On the left, we need to split out the seeds, which actually I might do afterwards. Latency is bad a little bit, yeah. I need to split out the seeds. But we're also going to turn the Kick Elks themselves into more seeds when those overflow. And that will end up feeding in here, right? That's going to be the output of our botanical nursery. Is more seeds. So the input here, this is gross. It works, but it's gross. That's fine. The seeds go on a magical journey. So these are, on this belt at this point, will just be Kick Elk Mark II seeds that weren't needed by the Mark III bootstrap, because we filtered out all of the Kick Elk Mark IIs. And these are what come all the way down here. And feed into this system. And that's how we want this long term, because we want to be prioritizing this system. But right now, what's going to happen is we're going to be sending seeds here when we're not making enough of them. Maybe we do just always want to prioritize this first. I'm taking this all apart. We're starting over. That was a little further than I wanted to take it apart. We'll take it apart to like here. I had it right. I was thinking I might want to invert the priorities so that... Yeah, but the problem is if I swap prio the way I had it built, we'd swap to prioritizing turning Kick Elk 2s into seeds, which maybe is fine if we're trying to prioritize the Mark II bootstrap. Like, if I swap this one, we're going to turn Kickalks into seeds. And that's fine, because as long as we have seed demand here, then we're still really bootstrapping. And then we start pushing them up here. Yeah, I guess that's fine. I was worried that it was going to misbehave if I ended up prioritizing the Kickalk plants here. I don't think it will. Yeah, I could set circuit on the machine. That would work. Or we just let everything fill up with seeds. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Oh, no, this isn't going to work because we prioritize seeds from here. Right, because I'm prioritizing the seeds from the... Because this is supposed to be Kickalk overflow, which I want to make sure I clear and turn into seeds. So if we're prioritizing left, and we're prioritizing these seeds, we will never send Kickalk 2s here. We're going to always be turning them into seeds. I mean, eventually this system will back up on seeds, and we'll start trickling them out. Maybe it's fine. I almost want to... You know what? I'm taking this apart again. We're going to take this apart again. We're going to think about sort of each of our output stages, and we're going to reprioritize everything. Everything's going to get fully split up. That's the first step. So this outputs seeds and... Yeah. So, like, we'll do this. And we'll do this here as well. The seed output here was fine. So now what? This is a seed input. So I need to have our seeds merge together into here. And I need this belt to do the same. Ideally on the right side of the belt, which is easier said than done, but we can do something awful. We're going to flip that vertically so the seeds go out this side. Whoops. That's side loading, but I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters which of these we prioritize as far as our seed inputs here. And then these also just need to merge together. Yeah, it's all pretty low throughput anyways. And I don't think it's gonna, like, ever back up. It's just a matter of making sure that the right things are in the right places, that it runs efficiently. And we're getting, you know, our seeds to where we need them. So yeah, seeds all go to here. And we want to prefer that the seeds go to there. And then seeds that don't go to there end up here, where I have to make sure that things are side-loaded correctly for the two materials coming in. Okay, there we go. That's awful. But yeah, seeds, those get side-loaded. This should also be seed No, this just loops because we're sideloading here. Yeah. So seeds all come in. We prioritize feeding them here to make more Kickalc Mark IIs. And then the Kickalc Mark IIs we prefer to send up here. Once we're sending enough of those here, we overflow here back into this thing, which I've been trying to place. This makes the seeds. And then these seeds need to be used preferably. Because we need to make sure that we're balancing the Kickalcs with the seeds. So if we're overflowing Kickalcs, we need to use those seeds, or else we're going to back up on Kickalcs. Yeah, but we're also going to then be merging in... Oh, God, we're going to be merging in stuff from another stage. Did I even leave space for that? Ugh. I might have built this too compact. Because, yeah, the issue is that we're merging in then the final stage, right? Which also produces... a bunch of Mark II stuff. And Mark III seeds. Yeah, and this also produces Mark II thing. No, this only produces Mark III things, and then the stage 1 Kickalcs, right? And that just merges in here with everything else. I don't know why I'm struggling so much with this. Maybe just because I'm trying to build it too compactly and I have not really thought through all of my... like, target... bits and pieces. I'm gonna nuke it all again. I know that I also just nuked some pipes. We will fix that. Okay. So, what needs to come in here? Just Kickalc seeds. What are the things that we have that we're feeding up and down the chain? We're going to have Kickalc Mark IIs, we're going to have Kickalc Seed Mark IIs, and we're going to have... I mean, eventually some Mark Is coming back, and eventually some Mark III stuff, but that's a little less awful. Yeah. So, coming up from here, if I want to just, like, start making this a bus... we can split off the Kickalc Mark Is. And then this needs to be split between Kickalc Mark II and Kickalc Seed Mark II. Fine. This wants Kickalc Seed Mark IIs. That's fine here. Done. That's prioritized. I might want to bring this in like down here and then split it so that I have more space to kind of merge things in with priority. Coming out of this, what do we have? We have Kickalc Mark IIs, Kickalc Seed Mark... Okay, it's the same thing. That's this for the seeds. And then this belt also needs to come down. And it will be split up and merged together with everything else. Up here, this needs Kickalc Mark IIs and Kickalc Seed Mark IIs. Okay. That just comes right through here. Because that's the end of where I need Kickalc Mark IIs and Kickalc Seed Mark IIs. Yes. So then here, we prioritize this to go here. And we've got our overflow. I'm feeling better about this. I have a lot more space to work now, and I can kind of actually keep track of what I'm doing. Coming out of this, we only have to worry about Kickalc Mark 1s on this one, and otherwise it's all Mark 3 stuff, which we do still have to, like, route and prioritize, but, well, not really. Well, yes. So yeah, the Kickalc Mark 1s on this get to come down here. And how do I want to do this? Oh, I can actually sideload these this way because we're going to re-sideload them again here. That works. That's fine. And then this needs to split out the seeds. And we'll deal with that because we do need to make sure we're prioritizing all that correctly. The output of the seeds here is also going to come on down all the way to here. Okay. So now, both of these need to be split between Kickalcs and seeds. Actually, I can do that with just one, can't I? Just right here. Kickalc seeds, and then we'll prioritize this part. That stops this one from running when we don't need it to. I think that's fine. So seeds go there. The main output goes there. And then this is also seeds, and these need to be higher priority. So I think we can do something like this and pull that in as like our here. Kind of messy, whatever. So the seeds that come out of here are prioritized here. Okay, I think that's right. So far, so good. Coming out of here, we have Kickalc seeds and Kickalcs. The Kickalc seeds we need to feed into this. And again, I think it's the same, just like merge the two together and then... What are our other outputs here? Yeah, this is where things get weird because we have all the Mark II stuff plus the Mark 1s. So we do have to split out a bunch of things. But we'll get there. So first things first, we're going to split out the Mark 1 seeds. And those are going to get merged onto this belt that is Mark 1 stuff. Next, we need to split out the Mark II things. And this needs to come all the way down here. And gets merged in with priority here. Yeah. So we prefer everything coming from this. My one concern is that we're running everything kind of on mixed belts. And then splitting it here. I guess I could split everything to its 2 halves sooner. And then we would have, yeah, if we do this. And then same thing somewhere here. And then same thing, well, basically the same thing here, right? Except we can do it. Yeah. So that gives us that belt. That's priority inputted here. And then both of those are the preferred input here. Seeds go this way. Kickouts go up. Kickouts prefer to go here before they're turned into seeds. I can swap this just for the sake of bootstrapping, but again, if we swap this long term, then the system locks up. And then here, we got to do a bunch of the same things, right? We got to pull out just the seeds to feed this. But we've got to merge it with everything coming out of this one. What a mess. Absolute cluster. All right, so that's the seeds. And this is going to be kickouts out. And then these need to basically be split between a nursery and our output buffer, right? Well, not for like a 4th time, but I did do a little bit of a refactor there. But no, we're on Mark III. That's going to be on the wrong side of the belt. Ugh. Whatever. Okay. And then here we want to prefer to use the seeds that are our seeds, because we actually want this to eventually back up, right? Nope, not that one. That one. Okay. Why are we getting Mark III anyway? Just because I don't want to make heaps and heaps and heaps more kick-out plantations. I wanted it for... Yeah, just throughput. Because I was going to do kick-out fiber for nanocrystalline cellulose is the reason. Yeah, that's a manageable number of wood processing units that are when they're beaconed. Is it just one module and a beacon, or is it two? I've forgotten. Where's glass? No, it's not for a recipe. It's purely throughput. It's two modules and a beacon. Okay. Configure, no. Customize modules. 2. Done. Yeah, there we go. 16 wood processing units is absolutely a manageable number. I'm not sure how I'm going to lay those out around the beacons, how many beacons we're going to need. I'm glad I added a bunch more power, though. This is a bonkers amount of nanocrystalline cellulose, but... The mirrors did finally finish. Yeah, we got it built yesterday. It's off the radar, but it is producing power. I don't know if it's producing power all the way across. No. Only one of the chunks is online. So it's still slowly turning on. So it's only at like 1/6 capacity there, and I don't know about the top. The top is probably similar. It would have been last Thursday, so, you know. That's long enough ago to not remember things. I may have said yesterday. I meant last week. I say yesterday when I mean last week all the time. It seems like we got really lucky with that first Mark II kickout seed, didn't we? How many more crafts do we expect this to need? It's a 2% chance. Yeah, and this one's had 100 crafts since I moved it. We should have had like 2 of these by now. I mean, it's possible that it ended up somewhere else if I prioritized my belt routing wrong. Expected time of 2 hours for 5 seeds. That's not bad. The 2% chance is like 0.01 until you get how much you need, of course. So I think at this point, it is now a matter of getting these various belts routed back in. Let's do that. That's going to make my life easier. I got to get clay up here as well. Okay. My first Mark II Vrox took like 4 times as long as they were supposed to or something like that. I don't remember exactly. All right, how do I try to get this out of here? This clay. I think I do this, and then we go this way with it. And then... oh, yeah. That's some noodles. And then up here, what do we need? Retrovirus, Great Alien Samples, and Microsyn. Okay, all of that is going to need to be on a couple more belts that I'm going to have to, like, somehow get routed up through here. Well, I can pull Great Alien Samples from here, so I really only have to route 2 belts up. Right, if we do that old thing, well, except this. Actually, if all these are feeding directly in, I don't even need... And if I want to get one more belt out of this, that needs to be the Microsyn J25 and the Retrovirus. Okay. Neither of which we've gotten a delivery of, so I should check on both of those. There we go. That is disgusting. Let's see what's going on with Retrovirus. Over here somewhere, right? Am I losing my mind? Retrovirus. Retrovirus is running. It wasn't for a little while, though, right? Something was broken with it, so... I think I broke this ash output belt or something like that. Okay, so Retrovirus just needs to catch up. Oh yeah, I was looking at it before. I wish there was a config to always go full length on. Yeah. I started doing it early on when undergrounds and belts still felt really expensive and I wanted to get my money's worth. It doesn't really matter for a lot of those bridging jobs if they're full length or not. Okay, and the other thing is the Microsyn, which is just slow. It's just a slow craft. Okay. That's fine. We weren't really... I mean, we still haven't even gotten enough of these, right? Yeah, we haven't even gotten lucky enough to get one Mark II, although that's a 0.5%, so 200 crafts expected there. We're only at 1. Yeah, the only issue with this is how long this buffer of Kick Elk Mark IIs is, maybe during the initial bootstrap phase. I can do this, though. I'm pretty sure this can lock up long-term with this priority flipped, but it should bootstrap faster, and then I have to flip it back. Because it'll try to turn everything into seeds. We know what that train issue is. It's just a fuel station. Which is just not being consumed from right now. Yeah. No, it's fine. It's been blinking all stream. I need to just eventually decide that I want to spend a day going around the whole base, ripping out the old fuel stations. And I haven't decided that I want to do that yet. Okay. Twitch is telling me it's ad break o'clock again. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep the pre-rolls turned off. I'm going to step away and get some water during the break. I recommend everyone else take the chance to hydrate, take care of yourselves, stretch your legs, and when we come back, we'll figure out the next project. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the ad break. Alright, I don't think there's anything I can do by hanging around here. I just have to wait. We are officially unlucky on seeds, by the way. I deleted and replaced this building, so, like, the first one that we got doesn't even count. I can check production statistics, right? If we search for... Yes, we have made exactly one Kickout Seed Mark II in well over 100 crafts. So, yep. Oh, the Flute Tech got delivered. That's good. Oh, I never finished hooking up. Glad I noticed. Not that we're expecting this delivery anytime soon, but... Get that hooked up. I think I need this as well. Otherwise, I think this could back up on seeds or something. Because this would make a bunch of seeds, this would back up. Yeah. Want to make sure that we're pulling the seeds from this side first. Although, I'm not doing a thing where I split the lanes until here, so I might need to do that earlier as well, so I can prioritize seeds specifically. We'll see if this works. If this doesn't, if it gets backed up, I'll adjust the priorities and change the splitters. But it's all such low throughput. Like, we're dealing with fractions of things per second. I don't think it's gonna matter until we have already produced plenty. But what I don't want is for it to get into a state where, like, I grab a few hundred modules and run away and do something else, and then I need a few hundred modules again, and I come back and it never ran because it was locked up in a weird way. Hence all of this spaghetti. Trying to make sure that all my priorities are right and all my routing is right. Okay. Let's, the to-do list says the next thing is drill head production and big iron mines. So I think that's a fine thing to look at. We're only making drill heads here. Okay. Each of these is making 1.2 a second, so we make 2.4 a second. Okay. How many will our big iron mines consume? Did I make a tab for that? No. Okay, let's make a tab real quick. So this needs to make iron ore at 60 a second, I believe is what we consume. Yes. And that will be done with... Where's the big iron mine? Am I losing my mind? I don't see it. Here it is. Sorry, the icon for it isn't iron ore. Put speed modules in there, doesn't really matter. I guess efficiency modules are probably the better thing to do for a lot of these big mines. Save a little bit of drill head. The question is, where else are we using drill heads right now, and how much are we consuming? All right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stations with drill heads. we're just going to have to check them all in order. Coal bed gas to acid gas, interestingly, isn't running. Will consume what? 0.33. All right, that's already a third. Molybdenum. Oh, I can put efficiency modules in these ones, so I should do that. But right now, they're only consuming 0.275. How many buildings are there here? 20? Yeah, that's probably worth it, isn't it? Because these ones are using them as... Let's make a box with 60 efficiency modules in it, and let's fix molybdenum. Okay. But for now, that's about another 0.3. It'll get better, though, so... This one, we have drill heads to... Oh, I have speed modules on these. Interesting. This is phosphate rock. And this is phosphate rock. Making... Is it 16 a second or 4 a second? 4 a second. Oh, except the mining speed is like... What? 1 second. Let's check this one in YAFC. Sorry, I'm struggling. It looks like we are set to make a grand total of 140 a second from 3 normal ancient remains and 2 of these. We change these all out to efficiency modules. We would only make 83 a second. But we would consume many, many fewer. How much phosphate rock do we actually consume? $10, $24, $30, $80, $83. Okay, I could switch all of this stuff over to efficiency modules. That's fine then. So we've got 2 phosphate mines here that we're gonna have to switch over to efficiency modules. And apparently I have more somewhere, presumably on rails. And as we make our way to the other places where we have... which one was this? Master SJT. That's what I thought. Make our way to the next one. Yeah, more phosphate. These are the big mines. Which also need efficiency modules. So that's another 14 efficiency modules for the... You know, let's just do, like, that kind of thing. And then, what's this last one? Niobium. Only, apparently, 10 of these. And these also could use speed modules. So that's another 40. Okay. So let's do, like, what do they stack to? Stack size is 50. So let's do 150. Yeah, there's plenty in storage. And then we can drop those everywhere. And then we can recompute what we're actually producing or consuming. 104. That's fine. I have the extras. I pre-make those, so they'll end up back in their buffer chest. Not a big deal. And then the last phosphate rock mine, I think, is up here. Yeah. So yeah, YAFC, it looks like I can get away with efficiency modules for all of our phosphate rock mining needs. I'm not sure why that is, or why I decided to put speed modules on all of them if they weren't necessary. But if we can get away with efficiency modules, I will be much happier. Because that means we consume a lot fewer. Yeah, maybe I was just future-proofing. I was like, I have to build extras anyway. We may as well drop speed modules and everything. But now the question is, where are all of our other mines? Niobium is over here. All right, let's get the niobium one next. And then we've got the other phosphorus mine. We've got... I'm going to have to double check what all the stations are. Because these don't change the speed at all, right? Efficiency doesn't slow anything down in this game. Yeah. Sorry. I play too many other games. You would think I would know this by now. However many hundreds and hundreds of hours I have. Okay. What are the other stations? This one was acid gas from coal bed gas. This doesn't use them as a fuel, so efficiency doesn't matter. This one is the molybdenum ore. It should still give me more niobium than I need. We've had a bunch of mining efficiency or mining productivity boosts since I built that. So I'm not really worried about it. Especially after I got military science, I got like 2 or 3 more mining prod bonuses. I don't need to worry about it for now. Like, yes, we're going to need more niobium eventually, but... Cool. Those are going to consume many, many fewer of those now. And then... this one? Yes, where is that? That's way over here. Cool. And... what's this? Oh, more phosphate rock. Way down there. Okay. This one was that one. Already done. And that's the production. Okay. So we've got one more to do. I think... once I've got efficiency modules on everything, the answer is that we do, in fact, make plenty of drill heads still. Although I could probably swap everything over to a more efficient recipe at this point. Maybe prod? Can you prod drill heads? I didn't even check when I was over there. No. Okay. It's not over here. I'm already... Oh, it's north of me. It's up here. Okay. Uh-oh. Are we all okay? We're okay. OBS isn't showing anything. My desktop Twitch chat client just disconnected and reconnected. So it would be great if anyone could confirm in chat that, like, the stream is still live. OBS isn't showing any errors, though. Been fine? Cool. So one of these uses, 0.35, even with the efficiency modules. So between these, we're at 0.7 just for the phosphate. Yeah. Beep boop robot? You mean my audio is being bad? Uh-oh. Okay. Don't scare me like that. Okay, so this uses like 0.7 a second for phosphate. Iron is going to use like 0.65, so that's up to like 1.4. Everything else was pretty small numbers, right? You succeeded in the minor heart attack. Yeah, 0.05 and molybdenum down here. 0.06. So that's only like 0.12. And I think everything else is accounted for. Oh, the coal bed gas. We don't even use this that often, though. 0.333. Okay. So we need 1.4, 1.7, 1.8. Call it 2. We need like 2 a second, and we're making like 1.2 a second. So we do want to improve the drill heads. Which I don't have. Yeah. Oh no, that's ingredients. Sorry. Page name. Drill head. Oh, this says 2.4 a second, so we're fine. Okay. No, I was looking at the rate for just one machine, I think. Yeah, 2.4 a second, and we consume like 2. We're fine. We do not need more drill heads. At least now that we've done efficiency modules on all the mines. We might have needed them before, but that's fine. Now the question is, where did I decide I wanted to do this? I've already forgotten what it's called again. Reserve. I had found a good spot. It was on the right somewhere. Okay. Oh, yeah, right up here. Look at that. I even started running track to it. Perfect. The little squiggly bit of train is great. It's squiggling around. I guess I could have made it a T here, couldn't I? I might fix that. It branched off here, and then I realized I had to squiggle around the lake. It is silly, though, now that I'm looking at it more closely. That was definitely an end of the day train track. Leave it. I guess it's no worse than any of the rest of my spaghetti. It adds character. Does the base really need any more character? Yeah, let me get the big iron mines, then crafting, because I don't think I have a request for those. I don't have those. Oh, right, we do have to fix lamps. So let's fix lamps. And that is 1 efficiency module each. So we only need 2 of those. Oh, I'm still holding on to a bunch of stuff from Kick-Alks. Let me drop those off on the way by. Because it's not too far out of my way to swing by the Kick-Alk breeder. It does make it more organic, yeah. That is absolutely true. Hey, we got a second seed finally. We have not gotten even one Kick-Alk Mark II yet. At 0.5% and 153 crafts, we're not officially unlucky yet on our first Mark II. But how many of those? We need 4 before this makes seeds, so effectively not gonna happen before we run our first one here. And if that's the case, I don't really need to prioritize this that way, do I? 800 crafts worth? Yeah, approximately. And each craft is 15 seconds, because this is a Mark II building. Oh, with 40 mod... I don't know. What's our actual speed? No, our crafting speed is 1. A Mark II building with Mark I modules in it. Okay. So, until I can upgrade this to better modules... 30 seconds at 400 crafts. That's 200 minutes, 2.5 hours. Approximately. More than that. 3.5 hours? Oh, I'm just walking past places where I left ghosts. That's not a problem. My pocket bots are always complaining about my temporary ghosts. Oh, I probably didn't put the iron mines on the allow list yet, did I? Donk. Immediately, hundreds of crafts get scheduled. Because, yeah, this needs the Mark IIIs, which got scheduled, which need the Mark IIs. Love it. This is why we have the auto mall, so I don't have to worry about this crap. It knows. It deals with it. Although, looking at this, I might want to add more crafters. Like, yes, some of this is stuff that gets crafted. Well, this is also recrafting stuff to fill my inventory, right? Like elevated rails, and there's a few things that aren't in the thing down here. That aren't on the belt mall. because there's too much stuff to put it all on the belt mall. But yeah, there we go. A bunch of that cleaned up, but still. You know, okay, every one of these uses like 15 wooden chests. So there's like 40 of our crafts right there is all the wooden chests we need. Yeah, this one isn't too bad. 4, then 2, and then, well, it was going to be 2 more, but I think those got finished already. Yeah, yep, I'm going to have to add more of these soon, for sure. How many do I have right now? 20 modules? 20 modules. Yeah, we could double that. How bad Mark IV? Yeah, the telescoping recipes are really an issue. Fortunately, though, like when you look at... Oh, and the blue's already finished, but like... When you look at this, like, the telescoping part is really the fluid mining drills. Yeah, some automated factories, some electric mining drills, but like... Fluid mining drill, fluid mining drill, fluid mining drill. And sort of at each of those stages, it's rare that there's intermediates that we're making in the mall, right? Like auto-crafting. Like none of this gets auto-crafted. And then here, the only thing that gets auto-crafted is the fluid mining drill Mark I. Everything else is common enough. Same here, everything else is common enough. We're not auto-crafting any of it. So it really only adds like 1 craft per layer, which is not a big deal. Oh, we already got one of them done. Cool. And it's probably just waiting for its other... Oh, no, it's still waiting for a bunch of stuff. Okay. I was going to say, probably just waiting for the second blue fluid mining drill. But there's a few more things in the requests there. I'm kind of surprised I didn't put automated factories in the setup down here, but whatever. But yeah, I could definitely, I'm going to disconnect these until I'm ready to turn them on. Same here. That's just a copper connection, that's fine. Disconnect those until we're ready to turn them on. And then the whole thing from like here. Ooh, except I've got other stuff there, so I need to be careful. It's like here. I thought about it and decided they weren't common enough. Probably. There we go. So that should be able to build itself over time.
When in doubt, double it.
Exactly. And they are disconnected from the circuit network. So I'm going to have to go through and fix all of the, you know, omegas. We've got 1 through 10. Yeah, and then 11 through 20. So we'll do 21 to 30 and 31 to 40. And that's going to be a pain because I'm going to have to do that by hand. But as the... It is all off the network, so none of these should do anything until I connect them. But what should happen is the bots will, as they place the roboports, these are close enough together that they'll stay in construction range of themselves. So once things get power, it'll figure itself out. Did this get done? This got done, and this got done. Let's do the big iron mine first, and then we can go fix up lamps. And then I have to figure out what my next goal is. Because we were doing kickalcs for a reason, and that reason was nanocrystalline cellulose, which I think we need lots of for more neuromorphic chips. I don't know. I'll have to double check YAFC. How far is blue belts? I think they're in the next science tier. It doesn't look that far when you look at where my tech is, but realistically, we're missing a lot of stuff here. Yeah, easily. Here we go. Here's all the stuff we're missing. It's all to the right. Yeah. Like, we haven't finished blue circuits yet. And then blue machine components. And then lots of alien life that I haven't even looked at. I've heard great things about Simics. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff that we're not even to. And then somewhere in here is also space science real soon, isn't it? After utility. Okay, that's not that far. You were going to tease about loaders again. Yeah, no. Loaders are solidly an eventually project. I'm going to have to figure out how I want to do the plumbing for loaders. And it might be a semi-manual thing, unfortunately. Because, like, this is an even center. I guess I could do, you know, run 2 pipes through the center. I could barrel it, but then I have to have stations for it. I was kind of hoping to avoid having stations and just, like, pump it everywhere. Because they use a very, very small amount, right? They use 0.2 per minute. But it is one heck of a pipe network. And we don't need them everywhere, and we won't need them everywhere. So, yeah. Maybe we just ship it normally as a normal item on rails, and the stations that need it need to have a station just to bring in the next lit slurry. The amount of pumps. I mean, that's not a big deal. Pumps are just iron. Oof. It's interesting that I've noticed that the T's seem to generate more lag than adding straight sections. I assume the game has some optimizations where it recognizes that it's only has to update its pathing database when you create intersections. Yeah, well, and also you can't, right? You can't have an odd center on Rails. That is one of the things with Factorio. Okay. Big iron mine. Another one up here. With modules. I'm going to put... We're going to have 2 separate high throughput pickups. And I'm going to route each of these to its own pickup station. What are we producing? Yeah, 34 a second. That fits stacked on a belt, right? I don't have to do anything weird there. Does it? Stacking to 5? Yes. And then these are going to need some circuits set up to load balance their inputs, which I guess I can just copy and paste from the other iron, can't I? Yeah, we have a... Oh, I'm just feeding one in. Okay, interesting. So that's alpha. And that connects here. Set train limit alpha. No, that one needs to be set train limit beta, right? Yeah, and we put alpha on the red signal out. And then this one puts beta on the red signal out. Right. Yeah, so this one is beta. This one is alpha. And they're both going to have a train limit of 1 right now. And then as trains are dispatched, it'll load balance between them. And that's just so that I don't individually have to set either of these to very high train limits and end up with trains queuing. Should hopefully do a better job of just dynamically expanding their train limits based on demand. Okay. And then we need an input for drill heads. How much does this consume? 0.65 in total across 2 of them. So not that much. Doesn't even have to be that, does it? That's fine. Is that it? That might be it. I have to actually request the drill heads, but I think that's it. I think that is all the iron we could ever want. Oh, and more phosphorus here too if I need it, because I've already got drill heads here. Excellent. Love to see that.
Space! Space!
Cheese of Truth, thank you so much for the follow. Delightful username, by the way. All right. Oh, one of those did not turn on, probably because I didn't actually plug it in. Because I am bad at this game. Let's just double check. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. That's going to be on the rail. So let's make sure that we're not conflicting. Yeah, we have plenty of space. We can do this right here. Truth today is I do not understand circuits and it makes me mad. Yeah, neither do I. I still don't know how my auto mall works. Oh, oops. We got a rock. Oh, that's fine. We'll just bridge over it. I just have to be... Well, no, I don't have to be careful with the alignment anymore. Because I made them snap. All right, and now my least favorite thing. I really wish that you could... that you could position these over regular tracks without it deciding that it wants to draw lines instead. If anyone knows if there's a secret to it, do let me know. That works, though. Put the signal back, and I think we're good. A couple of those blocks are a little bit bigger. Yeah, these are double length blocks. But you can't put signals on ramps, so they're going to be weird no matter what. I guess I could... Instead of 2 blocks in the space of 4... I could get... Well, no. 3 blocks in the space of 6 is the same. Yeah. Because, like, I could remove these and put them, like, here. But that's still basically the same. Okay. That's fine. Oh, but we don't have power across this one. That's also going to be weird, but... So be it. Is everything here in radar range now? It is. Excellent. We have... Oh, we have our first drill heads, which means these should be going. Cool. And this will be able to handle all of our iron demand right now. Next, on to upgrading lamps, which was not a planned thing for today, but we discovered that we were not making enough of them, so we're going to go make more. Lamps are all the way over here. There's lamp. Past glass. Yeah, we can take this one. All the way over here, up here. And after that, I'm going to have to figure out what I want to work on next, because the things that I was looking at for circuits got stalled. We're waiting for the kick-alk module breeder. So we're going to have to decide something else to work on, which might mean spending some time in YAFC doing spreadsheets. Lamp. Dedicated 282 trains. Wow, that is a lot of train. Oh, and these are going to be too fast. Yeah, at 10 a second, we need either stacks or we need red belts. And actually, with the capability to make 20 a second now, are there any trains on the way? There is one train with this stop. Okay, we're gonna disconnect the provider so Cybersyn doesn't dispatch anyone else. Actually, we can kill the temporaries, can't we? Return to depot. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this into a high throughput station. All right, that should do it. Whoop, train is lost because its delivery station was broken. Depot, please. That's fine. I think I just confused it. Each wagon will have a dedicated... That's a lot of... Well, I mean, I guess that's how I build, right? Every wagon has a warehouse. But that is a lot of ore. Okay. So now what's the plan? How are kick-alks doing? We have 3 seeds after 200 crafts, so we are officially unlucky, by the way. But as soon as this one starts up, hopefully we'll be in better place, although we might not get any seeds out of it. And that's where prioritizing this left would help. Because that would guarantee that those kick-alks get turned into more seeds. Yep. I just have to watch that and make sure that once this starts up and it's running, we flip it back the other way. Because otherwise, I think this will jam up if we prioritize the loop. It'll turn all the kick-alks into seeds, prefer to use those seeds, and then back up on the seed outputs of all of the Kickalk 2 machines and starve the Kickalk 3s of Kickalks. I think that's what it will do. Okay. So now the question is, what do we do next? 16 belts of processing. Jeez. Yeah, plenty of iron. This one is just now filling up. We might... Well, it's hard to tell, distance-wise, which one is closer to iron processing. We may naturally prefer to drain this one before we pull from the other one. Just because of how Cybersyn works, prioritizing distance, closeness. But iron does appear to be running. Just making sure we haven't seen anything go horribly wrong with iron or steel here. All looks good still. Antimony still good? So good. How about silver? Silver's always my nemesis. Silver's also so good. Yeah. This belt filling up is the, well, I could make this not happen. And maybe I should, but also ore is unlimited, so it doesn't really matter. But what's happening is because the whole system is... Antimony hasn't been backed up in like 500 hours. I know. We look at the past like 50 hours. Yeah. Well, these are the problem spots, right? Where it was not running, or only occasionally running when it got the deliveries of the things that it needs. And you can see where it kind of has stabilized. But what was I saying about silver? Oh yeah, so what's happened is I have a fallback path up here, which is if nothing else can happen with the ore, assume that something has gone catastrophically wrong and we're missing some of our inputs, and use the absolute worst way of turning ore into silver, but at least we still have silver. I should probably put a circuit condition on this so that that only runs when, like, we're low on silver. But also, again, ore is infinite, so does it really matter? How are Bodos doing? Bodos are not getting manure. Yeah, they just aren't getting manure. I mean, they're also full. Oh, are they not getting manure because we're not even requesting it? Yeah, we're not even requesting it because they're full. Okay, that's fine then. Yeah. Yeah. 6,000 is not less than 5,000. So that's fine. Bodos are just full. What is going on with the mutant enzymes chain? Oh, it's running, actually. Okay. Cool. I think we're going to have to expand this at some point. Because that's... Mutant enzymes doesn't feed chitosan directly. Yes, it does. Okay. So yeah, our chitosan demand is definitely going to go up. I don't know if it already has. Like if I've already built things that are using more chitosan. But we're going to have to look at the chitosan mutant enzymes chain and scale that. And I think that's part of why I was doing some of the alien life stuff, was because I knew we'd have to scale Bingrits. This output belt is a disaster. But I guess it's fine because we're full on dingrits. Cool. But what's constantly decaying? Yotoi leaves. If Bodos is that backed up, no, I think I scaled those preemptively, just like I scaled dingrits preemptively. But we can check. What is this? Calmodulin binding protein. Not seeing pineal glands. Ah, no, we're disabled by control behavior. So we have enough of the binding protein? Oh, yes, we do. And then... is that Fanyots? No. Yes? Fanyot food. Yeah, that's fine. That's fully saturated, and I guess Fanyots are also Bodos, right? Yeah. And they are not saturated, but they are running. Oh, yeah. Maybe we need to scale up Fanyots. We'll double check that. And we will double check that after the ad break, because it has been another hour. I'm going to step away and get some water during the break. As usual, I recommend everyone else take the chance to hydrate, stretch your legs, and when we come back, we'll double check Fanyots, because that seems like they're not really backing up. So we probably need more. Welcome back, everybody. I had a realization about fan yachts during the ad break, and that is the gas bladders decay. We're doing the fan yacht slaughter over here in central animal processing. So we want to make sure that we're not making too many fan yachts, because otherwise we're just wasting bladders. Because we'll slaughter them, we'll stock up bladders here, and the bladders will just decay. And that's a waste of Bodos. So I think that is... I think the fan yachts are balanced right now, or very close to balanced. And as long as we're not being blocked on getting Pi-Sci 3, and Pi-Sci 3 isn't being blocked on gas bladders, I don't think I want the fan yachts to be backing up in our current situation, because what that means is that we're constantly slaughtering them, and we're just wasting gas bladders. So, as long as Pi-Sci 3 isn't what's currently blocking science, and it's not, it's cartridges again, which are blocked on brains. All right. So yeah, we don't have enough brains in our lives, which I think we knew. Especially with neuromorphic chips running. Yeah. These are sucking down brains. Well, not a lot we can do about that right now. Everything else in mutant enzymes is still keeping up, it looks like. We did get a delivery of them to somewhere. I don't know if that went to Kaita-san or if it went up here. It went to Kaita-san. So the next delivery should come up here. Not that it matters. We're still waiting to even start this loop, so we're not going to be getting up to the Mark IIIs anytime soon. All right, so I think that's all fine so far as it goes. It would be cool to have more brains. Oh, excuse me. Output full. Oh, arthropod blood. Yeah, but are we requesting? We are, and we're requesting them because we don't have enough chitin, or because I screwed something up here? Oh, because this pipe isn't hooked up to anything. Jeez. Now, they're being requested for arthropod blood. It's just that the arthropod blood pipe isn't hooked up, so they're just sitting there, not making blood. We're gonna go fix that right now. Fortunately, I wasn't too far away. I'm really good at this game. How do I want to do this? Ugh. 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 I did not get cheese on the Wall of Fame yet. Thank you. We will get this done, and then we will go take care of that. Oh, that didn't work right. There we go. Are those the only things that make arthropod blood? Really? Nothing else is dumping out? Don't, where's my bees? Bees, bees, bees? Bees, bees, bees? Am I losing my mind? Do I not have bees? Ants, fish, bee. Ah, they're right next to these guys. All right, so they're on the same pipe. That's weird. I don't know why I did this. Yeah. But yeah, I saw the Zais and I saw the Domos, which I hooked up. I didn't see the bees because the bees are in the same row as the Zais, which is, again, weird. All right, this should be able to work a lot better now. And these should all be running. Yeah. Do these guys make brains? Of course they don't. They make everything but. So this isn't going to help with my brains problem. But... yeah, I slaughter bees for the venom, but they generate a little bit of arthropod blood as a byproduct. The Zais, apparently I do slaughter for blood. I noticed that I do have them as an active request down here. Yeah. But we only turn them on for blood secondarily. We try to keep this up to 200k, and then if we drop below 100k, we turn on the Zais. Yeah. So I think I changed them to be secondary. Because we do have a shell void, so we can run Zais for blood, but... hey! First Kickout Mark II! Woohoo! Where is it? It was you. One product's finished. Where did it end up? There they are. Making their way through the spaghetti. Yeah, and this is good because these will turn into seeds and then the system starts looping. Yay. In theory, I don't need this anymore, but like, its inputs are cheap, so may as well run it to supplement. What I'm concerned is about to happen. Let's see how fast this inserter is. Ah, no, it's fast enough. Okay. I was worried those seeds were gonna get split between two machines and we weren't gonna run again. But we're good. Yeah, we got lucky. We got the 6 out of that craft, not just the... That's true. I have a grate for output, so these should be faster. What am I doing? Oh, I need to be putting someone's name on the Wall of Fame. I keep getting distracted by stuff breaking or stuff working. I don't mind so much getting distracted by stuff working. You need to remind me of that at the very end of streams so that as I'm shutting down the game, I can install the mod. Because I'm never going to remember otherwise. That is not that one. That one. There we go. Cheese of Truth. Thank you again for the follow. Welcome to the Wall of Fame. I'm going to have to add another column. This is getting too tall for being able to zoom in well on the map view here. I know I keep saying that. All right, what is my next project? I don't know. Let's go to YAFC and find out. Iron Mine, I don't need to keep. Kick Elk Breeder. Kick Elk upgrade needs to happen, although there's really no point doing this until we have the upgraded modules. I don't want to mess with it twice. Nanocrystalline Cellulose is a big old build, but this needs the Kick Elks before it can run. Disassemble the belt base for extra space. Oh god. That's that sounds worse than fixing all of my fuel stations. I would rather fix my fuel stations than start trying to disassemble the belt base. Although that is prime real estate. It is prime real estate. I understand that. It's the middle of the base. Send a giant decon planner. There's no, well, I guess there is radar coverage over a lot of it, although I think I moved all the bots out of the system. Yeah, I think there's no bots left in this system. How do I check? Didn't I used to have a bot factory down here somewhere? Did I take that apart? I think I took it apart. I think it might have been here. There should be nothing that actually still supplies the rail base. There might be things that are hooked up, but they're all low priority, technically. So... yeah, I think wherever I was making bots was around here somewhere, and I think I disassembled those. I guess I could still do this, right? I can do this. Read robot statistics. Available bots. All right, read the requests. There we go. Yeah, so we don't have robot anything here. Yeah, it was next to the drills because they use the same alloy. Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah, and this robo board is already set to read robot statistics, so I think it's the one that I was using to turn those on and off. But yeah, no, I pulled all the bots out of this network, so all of this is just whatever. But yeah, like all of this could be torn up. This doesn't do anything and hasn't for a long time. But without good RoboPort coverage, like tearing it all up is such a project, right? And I can send it with a decon planner, sure, but I think I don't know. Do we have Mark II roboports. We do have Mark II roboports. Can I see the coverage area? Sort of, but not on this view. It is a bigger coverage area. I know that much. Mark II. Oh, yeah. Mark II bots. I think we have all the stuff for Mark II bots. I just have to set it up at the mall. Maybe we should do that. Logistic Pinobots, check. Nexalid batteries, check. Flying robot frames, not yet. Everything else, check. So the only thing is the flying robot frames. Do we need flying robot frames outside of the mall? Or is this a thing that we can... No, we don't. They're only used for bots. Yeah, that would be an immediate boost. That's a good thing to work on when I don't really know what else I want to work on. Yeah, let's do the Mark II bots. Because, like, we have a bot mall. I think flying robot frames we probably want to put on the... Well, maybe. I was going to say probably want to put on the... on the belt mall, on the bus, but maybe not. Oh, look, the fuel train got stuck again. This is the second time one's gotten stuck in this same spot. I am not currently producing more bots at all. No. I haven't really needed to. I haven't seen it become an issue. But I will fix that as part of this. We'll set up a system that we can make more. I might need more space here. Do we even have a lot of this stuff on? We really don't. We don't have batteries on belts. Do we have mech parts on belts? Is any of these mech parts? That's small parts. I don't see... Oh, advanced small parts. Right, and normal small parts. I don't see mech parts. I don't see... Okay, no, we're not doing this on the belt. Too much work. Too much work. Yeah, I'm just going to request all the ones from the system and then figure it out from there. I also need to label all of these machines, which is so much fun. This is the worst part of expanding this. I could probably, with a blueprint... Yeah, I would agree that in the current bot mall, the issue is about the throughput of each bot. Although, with twice as many factories, we may start to see issues. Where's my... Oh, I went way too far. Sorry. Right here. That's a good question. I am not sure if they carry more or if they're just faster. All right, well, if I didn't make any mistakes, then we should be able to plug these in now. Red wire first, and then the green wire. Oh, actually, they still won't be addressed, right? I still have to add that to the... change our maximum addressing over here, which is this one. Alpha less than or equal to 40. There we go. So now it should be able to dispatch crafts to all 40 of these. Yay. I should put Roboport, a couple of Roboports in that notch. Just to... just to make sure that we're fully covered. Cool. I think what I'm going to do is we're going to go down here, and we're going to use some of the space down here for the bot upgrades, because we can do it all with Logibots, right? So if I request a couple of automated factories... Those bots got so close to me before they decided they needed to stop to charge. Doesn't really matter which of these I choose, does it? They're all kind of equivalent for my purposes. All right. So besides the lubricant, do these mostly take the same things? Not even a little bit. Yeah, the lubricant we'll have to figure out. But let's just do... I grab a... Read ingredients. Read ingredients. Set requests. Might want to do one chest each. Yeah, I guess. I was hoping there's enough overlap between the ingredients that it'll... can share stacks. Of things like complex circuit boards and whatever else. I could also make this a request warehouse, and then we'd have plenty of space. But, like, this doesn't have to run super fast, right? We just have to have all the bots upgraded eventually. That's actually what I'm going to do. We'll make it a warehouse. I think that's fine. Yeah. That's the other thing that should get better with the Mark II bots, is they have better... Well, maximum flying reach of 700 meters, whereas the Mark I bots have, yeah, like 350 meters. So they'll be able to go a lot further without recharging, which should help with a lot of the bots getting redirected to weird places issues that we have. Ooh, we need more trains. And the asphalt, that too. Yeah, alright. And then this is going to say there's a bunch of stuff that it doesn't think we have in logistics. I don't think that's true. Surely we ship red chips to the mall. Oh, request from buffer chests. There we go. So that gets better. We are still missing Rayon, the flying robot frames, which I knew, Nexalit batteries, and Super Steel. Super Steel... Did we actually make the Super Steel build, or did we just talk about it? We did make it. Okay. Where are we? Oh, down here, right. So I think Super Steel, we can ship in Molten to the mall and set it up the same as all of our other metals at the mall. So that's fine for Super Steel. Rayon, we just ship in normally. Nexalit batteries, we just ship in normally. That just leaves the flying robot frames. And the lubricant. Gallons and gallons of lube. Yikes. That was almost a disaster. Let's try not to replace our... And the Super Steel... Hopefully there wasn't any trains on the way. It'll yell at me. I think the Super Steel need... Does the Super Steel need the advanced castings? 1 second. Let me find it again. It needs... It needs... Whoops. Sand castings and aramid. Which we're not currently... Ooh, okay. You know, I might just bought the aramid in. Because that's not difficult to do. All right. It looks like, well, this isn't actually connected yet. I don't know if I have aramid in the system here or not. And then hot air needs to be connected, and this pipe down here for the molten super steel. Yeah, if I haven't needed it in the mall yet, then we will need to add it as a request. There was one of these that I recently pulled something out of, so I have space. Yeah, there we go. And then... Oh, nope, there is. There is. Oh, no. I just requested it again. Please don't tell me there's a train on the way yet. There isn't. Good. Ooh. I don't know which of these has it, but it's here somewhere. No, you're fine. I would have had to go through all of these to find it. Yep, there it is. Yep. Oh, it's even on belts. Wow. Something needed lots of aramid if I bothered to put it on belts. Oh, it comes to steel here. In that case, maybe I belt it over to super steel. That feels better. Yeah, it's to normal stainless. There we go. I don't know why I decided I needed to belt it in for this. It's not like it uses colossal amounts of it. Whatever. And then, what else are we missing down here? We're going to get super steel. There we go. We need rayon. We need Nexalit batteries, which I'm surprised I'm not requesting yet, but sure. And we need the flying robot frames. Yeah. I mean, steel is used a lot more than the super steel will be, so... Even still, it's not urgent. Cool. We're gonna have plenty of super steel soon. Do we have lubricant? Yes, we already have a lubricant belt. So this just has to make its way... to wherever. That was a little too far. There we go. Lubricant. And rayon, I probably do still need to request. Nexalit batteries I need to request. And flying robot frames we're going to make. Yeah. You know what? We're not going to need that many of them. Maybe we do this. There we go. Yeah, it wants to make 30 of those. which is enough for some number of crafts. Persistent updating request for the auto mall, basically. So this is going to want to be stocked enough for each of these to be, like, up by one craft. This wants to have a craft for each of these in its inventory. And that's fine. I'm not going to mess with, like, how many unupgraded bots do I have? And what does that mean for how much they need to request? No. This is always going to request enough for a couple crafts. And that's fine. I'm not requesting enough for hundreds, so I'm not worried about it overflowing or anything. The Nextlit batteries and the Rayon are the only other thing. And those are both going to come in on rails. I think where I was going to do Aramid, we can do Rayon or Nextlit batteries. Ooh, which only stacked to 10. That's annoying. And then Rayon, I just have to find another one of these that I have stuff coming in on. There we go. That's 200 bots of train load. True. But I do have a few more than that. That's still 30 train loads. Hey, but there's our first flying robot frame. I've got the power for the particle accelerators. True. Yeah, that's going to be down here somewhere, right? There they are. I'm probably going to have to scale this up with only one of these systems running, but... Yep. I mean, I'm not worried about how long this takes or doesn't take. Yeah, we are running low on trains. It was complaining about solid trains, now it's complaining about fluid trains. Oh, look, I did the thing again. Oh, and there's another one. I would only worry about the other. Yeah, I'm not going to account. I never account for them all in my, like, how much of these things do I need planning. I assume that it's such a small amount that it doesn't really matter. But as soon as we do get a load of Nextlit batteries to the mall, we might get our first Mark II bots. Is that a milestone? Am I going to get a milestone? Let's see. Power, flora and fauna, resource processing, progress. I don't see it. Well, the Mark 1s were in here. Maybe the Mark 2s are in here. You assumed it was 1-to-1? Yeah, is that true? It is true. And yeah, we got a milestone. 782 hours in, Mark II bots. Aw, yeah. How are the kickouts going? Oh, you know what would have been really helpful? Pocket bots did really deprioritize the regular ones. That's true. As did the design of the base, although the design of the base was somewhat influenced by the existence of the pocket bots. But the base being so spread out, like trying to get Roboport coverage with these awful Pi Roboport Mark 1s would have been miserable, right? And it's still going to be miserable with the Mark 2s if I try to do it. I haven't even decided if I want to try to do it at Mark 2 or if I want to wait until I have Mark 3 Roboports. Because the Mark 3 Roboports are 140 by 140. The Mark 2s are 100 by 100. The Mark 1s are 80 by 80. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is the bots are, even with the upgraded bots, not really fast. Yeah, exactly. The time for them to get across the base is going to be a real thing. All right, I think as soon as this belt starts to fill up with seeds, like up to this splitter, is when I can flip the priority on this. Well, maybe not. Maybe I have to wait until it fills a little further. But somewhere around there is where I get to flip it. But these are all making progress now. Whoa! Hello. Yeah, that's solid and fluid trains. Everything is oversubscribed. Which I guess is good news because it means the base is working. But it is going to be a challenge. Okay. Why not? Oh. Interesting. Yeah, that's a problem. We can't output if there's too many other bots here. And I can't set a max filter like I can with normal requests. I mean, it's fine. Eventually the bots will be moved around elsewhere. I could set separate roboports for the outputs so that they so that they at least don't have the requests that are holding 2 of the slots, like, consistent. But the next time there's a big demand for bots, they'll get shuffled around, right? Wow. Yeah, that's literally everything. Okay, I need more trains. Might be worth having extra there anyway. Yeah. I mean, I could do it. It's not hard to throw a couple more in. I'm just feeling lazy. There and there. And then we change our outputs to be there and there. There we go. That should do what we want. Yeah, there's no ability to set, like... You can't even set robot requests from the circuit condition. Ooh, excuse me. What is my playtime so far? Let's find out. My playtime is 782 hours and 30 minutes. And I am right around halfway through. So 1,500, 1,600 hours, maybe, if the second half goes as quickly as the first half. Oh, that's in the wrong spot. This one looks like it's in the wrong spot, but it's just the different lopsided terrain confusing my eyes. If I don't give up. I've been doing this for 1.5 years now. Oh, if I give up, I'm going to be really disappointed in myself. If I do give up, it will be to play C-Block instead, because C-Block got updated. Okay. I think, I think we're doing okay. Yeah, these are waiting for flying robot frames now. Logibots are parking themselves down here because they're making deliveries and then just hanging out, right? And it's hard to avoid these roboports being used that way. So I think, unfortunately, that's just going to happen. And every once in a while, we'll call upon the bot swarm, and they'll get pulled out of these roboports and do other tasks. And that'll leave space for more bots to be upcycled. Even putting off updating. It's not finalized yet, right? It's still a, start paving them all. That will help with the construction bots, at least. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. PySci 3 I don't need to be looking at. Neuromorphic chips, we're gonna... This is the scale that they're currently at. I think 3 data arrays and 5 bioprinters. Did I build this to sufficient scale? 0.1 a second. We make 0.28. Yeah, maybe I did. We could probably do, well... Do we start working towards special small parts? That's that's a reasonable intermediate place. I don't know if they get used for blue chips, but they are used for blue mech. No, they don't get used for blue chips. Okay, let's not bother with that then. I want to try to stay focused on blue chips, not on blue mech parts. We are keeping blue mech parts in mind as we design blue chips, because they have a lot of the same inputs. But we got to stay focused on one thing. So looking through our inputs then, nanocrystalline cellulose is the big one. That's waiting on the kick-out upgrade. Niobium titanium alloy. Do we even make that alloy yet? We do. 2 a second. Is that enough? That's the other niobium titanium alloy. That's the other niobium titanium alloy. Mech Parts 3 uses 0.5 a second. High-tech circuit boards use 1.85, so 2 and change a second. Yeah. Now here's the question. Have I built this, or did I just put it in YAFC? Okay. Yep, we built it. Sweet. Cool. We built that a long time ago if it's over there. I don't know what it gets used for, but sure, it's there. Optical fiber is upgraded. Nylon parts is upgraded. Nickel, MOSFETs, microchips, phosphate glass we checked. Solder we make heaps of. Nexolite plate. Graphene? Routed that in. Yeah, I think I grafted that in where I had some other stuff that I had pulled out, and I just squeezed it in where I had station slots. Are we good on graphene rolls? 1.8 a second. Great alien samples use 1. High-tech circuit boards use 0.66. So yes, we're good on graphene. Copper, Kevlar. Kevlar's probably going to be broken. Surely we need more Kevlar than this. 1.4 a second for iron niobium coating. And another 0.59, so like 2 a second. So we need to double Kevlar. Okay. That's fine, but that probably also means we need more terephthal oil. Aramids are using 37. Upgraded Kevlar is using 17. We make 60. No. Okay. So when I upgraded this, I made it bigger than it had to be. As long as I don't need more iron niobium coating, which I'm not seeing jumping out as an ingredient anywhere here. Or here? Unless it feeds into superconducting wire. Nope, we've got that listed here. Okay, good. So we just need one more machine making Kevlar. Can I squeeze that in? That's right over here somewhere. Kevlar. I mean, yes. I didn't really design this to have another machine. We might refactor this. Because the direct insertion here and then the input and output belts are just a little funky. I think we can do better. Okay. So yeah, we just need one more chemical plant for that and the modules for it. What else? Batteries. Do I assume I have enough batteries, or do we have to double check baseline batteries? We probably need to check baseline batteries, don't we? How many of these do we make? Only 2.4 a second. Yeah, see, this is my concern. One a second, 1.25, 1.85, 2.18 plus 5.58 is 2.7 something. More than 2.4. So yeah, we're going to need a few more to handle blue chips. I think we just need to go 50% larger. One more factory. That's easy enough. Okay, it is ad break o'clock again. It has been another hour. If you haven't moved around in the past hour, stretch your legs, get some water. I'll do the same, and I will see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate y'all sticking around. Reach, what's the diff between Pi and Pi Hard? The main difference is that Pi Hard gets rid of the voids. So Pi has fluid and gas and solid voids that let you get rid of byproducts. And Pi Hard no longer has those for most things. So you have to find ways to use all of your side products and properly balance your factories and account for all of that stuff, which I really enjoy. Okay, I said I needed one more factory here, right? So we're doing 3.6 a second. Don't think I need to worry about the lead antimony alloy. I think I scaled this up a lot when we needed it for nuclear thingies. Pyrite, coke. All of this is all pretty basic stuff. The only thing I'm kind of worried about is rayon. But that's not used in too many things, so we can check that. 0.21, 0.61, plus 1.5, so 2.11. Yeah, 1.67. So we need to upgrade. Yeah, worst case, I need to add one more casting machine to lead antimony alloy. This needs to be bigger. Oh, rayon needs to be upgraded to Mark II buildings and prod anyway. Okay. And 1.666 times 1.2. Anyone? Oh, that's just 2, isn't it? Except that's not quite enough. I think I mathed out 2.1, so we'll do 3 a second here. So the rayon upgrade, are we making enough carbonyl sulfate? That's the only thing here that I wouldn't... Well, and maybe sodium carbonate. Those are the only somewhat specialized inputs. This is the chain, right? This is what happens every time we need to do a big upgrade. We have a new thing we need to build that changes everything. How much carbonyl sulfate do we make? We make 90 a second. But how much of that is used for the Z3 reagent? 33 and a third plus 25 is like 80. Okay, we're fine. It's not 80, it's like 60. So I made this big. Although it can also be prodded. I'm not going to rebuild that now, though. I don't have to. Yeah, this is just for chips. Well, chips and mech parts 3. I'm accounting for both. Science is going to be worse. Yeah, science is going to be a whole new rebuild on top. I know. All right, so rayon, battery, Kevlar. The other thing is sodium carbonate. We probably make enough of that. But just to double check. 2.5, 3.57, 4.2. Yeah, we make plenty. Good. Okay. So rayon, batteries, Kevlar, all feed into this. All the silicons I already upgraded. Gold we should have at this point, right? We, in theory, we're spitting out gold from the upgraded chromium processing. If I can remember where I built that. That's nickel. Where did I build? Oh, it's over here. Yeah. Yeah, we got some gold. Okay. Is tech cost... I don't think the tech costs are modified by PyHard, but some of the science packs are. Like military science requiring zip ears, I believe, is a PyHard thing. Why are we stalled? Are we stalled because we're full on chromium? It appears to be the case. Except no. We're not... Oh. Is it possible that I never hooked a... Is it possible? Of course it's possible. Indeed probable. I never hooked up, these guys. Sand castings. Streamer brain. Impressively, the base is still running, because I think most of our demand for chromium is in molten form these days. Also, did I ever shut down old chromium, or is it just up here? Continuing to... Yeah, it is. Well, let's do that, for one thing. Turn the requests off, so this build stops running. And then... that explains why the base still runs. Yep. I need to set these outputs to be high priority, so I do need to swing by here. So we need to swing down to the new chromium, fix that, and then come over to this one and set the outputs to high priority so that we drain this one. But let's finish getting the requests that we were looking at in first. So we had one machine for Kevlar, we need one machine for batteries, and we need 3 machines for rayon. I'm just going to put those all in the same chest. What could possibly go wrong? Batteries are just an automated factory. And rayon is a pulp mill. And that will be 10 modules. Still 37 pulp mill Mark 1s in Logi storage. Turns out, we used to make things in bulk. The old mall, I think, kept 5 stacks of every building in inventory. It was way too much. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. But a lot of those buildings are still sitting in storage. For some machines, I've used way, way, way more. For others, I just haven't used that many of them, right? Because some things I certainly started out with fewer stacks, and then eventually I was just like, yeah, whatever. Because when you don't have the buildings you want, and you're trying to expand, it's very frustrating waiting for, especially back then, very slow assemblers to finish. Oh, this is going to have to go up and around. Well, I guess I could run it underground, but... There we go. Yeah, I was still using burners then. Yep. The old mall was entirely burners, and it was not a good time. All right, next project, up to the old chromium setup. I have some... Oh, there was one piece of sand, wasn't there, before I... It should be fine. It should just end up at the end. Oh, 2 pieces of sand, of course, hand size. I don't think there was enough of it for it to actually block anything up. It just would have sat at the end of the belt forever. I always forget that there's base out here. The only thing out here is glass, which has just been chugging along consistently for I don't even know how many hours. Yep. A little bit of an uptick in consumption, but oh, this is when I... Oh... That's when I ramped up lamps, I think, is that spike in glass production and consumption. But yeah, glass has been running. Wow. Look at that chart over 1,000 hours. There it is. Pretty consistent growth in glass demand. Wild. Oh, you know what'll be a fun one to look at? Wow. What? What happened here? What happened to our iron plate demand? Oh, because I bet a bunch of things started using molten instead, right? Is this when I started transitioning like alloys and things over to molten metals and the plate demand starts to drop? Yeah. Yeah, because like we would have switched to molten for small parts and other things like that. Interesting. Although, what should not have changed... Yeah, I mean, there's also a spike in iron ore demand at that point, but I guess that's expected. We've been running like 2 belts of ore for the past, well, 13 days, whatever that is. 300 hours. Anywho. Chrome is, yeah, right here. Check molten iron. That'll be an interesting one. Huh. Oh, molten salt and hot molten salt. Yeah, it turns out those track each other. There we go. Molten iron. There's a nice... There's our exponential curve that we were expecting. A slow exponential curve, but nonetheless super linear. Okay. That is removed. Good. Yeah, that'll finish draining its ore. And then both of these need to be set as high priority. And that way, I just want to make sure that we pull from this station and finish, like, flushing out everything. And eventually I'll be able to come back by here and pick this up. Yeah. But it does seem like we have plenty of chromium right now. All right. I think we swing around back to the mall and we can grab the buildings for the upgrades I was looking at. Rayon and Kevlar and battery. Well, did we actually say rayon? We did say rayon. Yeah, rayon and batteries and Kevlar. Oh my. Get those upgraded, and then we can spend some more time in YAFC figuring out what the next things are. And that is going to be the loop for a little while. I did put in the machine request for the battery. Yeah, it was one automated factory. I tucked it in with the other ones. What I should do, though, is before we go to do these upgrades, just so that the mall can be running in parallel with me, not that the mall is super slow these days, but what are we waiting for here? Flying robot frames, flying robot frames. Do we have a machine up here running flying robot frames? We should. Yep. So I think what's happening here is we're requesting a couple flying robot frames at a time. They get made. And then they get moved down there. And then we lose the craft and we're not planning ahead. So I might want to put a buffer chest with flying robot frames. Or request some extra ones. That would be the other thing, is I can add a constant combinator to request some extras, and that way we'll craft ahead on the flying robot frames. Because they're gonna, right now they're getting constantly scheduled and unscheduled, and every time they get scheduled, the bots have to be redispatched and just do a buffer chest. I mean, it amounts to the same thing, right? We're keeping extras down here. But I guess if it's in a buffer chest, it can be, if it's in a buffer chest, it can be used by other things eventually. And this is allowed to request from buffer chests. Probably don't need trash unrequested in here. That was probably aggressive. Because, like, the only unrequested things that should end up in here are, like, the occasional duplicate items that somehow end up. Yeah. That'll figure itself out. But now we should have a couple factories assigned to flying robot frames. Yeah, because we're requesting over 100 of them in the system. And that will let the bots keep moving and keep these running. Like, turning things off and on is the worst situation for the mall. Okay. Before I go out and build the rayon and battery and Kevlar upgrades, let's figure out what else we need to look at. Nichrome, ferrite, liquid nitrogen. Did I end up building the liquid nitrogen build that I was talking about? I have a design for a liquid nitrogen build. Did I actually build it? I see 6 machines, so yes? Yeah, yeah, we built it down here. Okay. Yes, this was the beginning of dedicated infrastructure for blue chips. Yeah. Cool. Kaidasan! This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be upgrading a whole bunch of alien life stuff all the way down the chain to get that much Kaidasan. I am so excited. So the nanofibrils use 0.25, and the high-tech circuit boards use 0.28, so we need like 0.5. Oh, and advanced coding uses another, well, 1, but that's... yeah. So right now, supposedly we can make 1 a second. So this needs to be bigger. We need to double this. But then, like, mutant enzymes... yeah. Also needs to be doubled. Okay, these are scaled to each other at least. But this is going to take us down a deep, deep well that eventually leads to a bunch of alien life stuff. I don't know if I want to jump into that hole right now. let's look at our other inputs. Advanced small parts, I'm not worrying about. I kind of treat those as a baseline input. Duralumin, same. Tin rare earth alloy, I think is new. Yes. AL, oh yeah, redoing the whole Kaidasan like stack and all of those dependencies that we just did for PySci 3. But a lot of that stuff we've gotten better, better recipes for and potentially better modules. So scaling them up shouldn't be miserable. Do we need any more tin rare earth alloy in this view? No. Only 0.25 a second. Okay. Can we prod it? No. So we're actually going to do one smelter, and we're going to run it at a third per second. Yep. Okay. That's fine. That's just another random alloy. Nothing weird with that one. Ceramic. Ceramic is usually an on-site thing, so I should be looking at, like, the multi-layer SMD caps and saying, hey, ceramic and clay. Yep, that's fine. Was that all of our demand for ceramic in this build? Yes. Silver zinc alloy, I think, is also new. That doesn't sound familiar. Nope. Oh, actually, yeah, we can run this as a Mark II because we can add efficiency modules. So we'll just have way more than we need. Same with this. Efficiency modules. It is 0.8 a second is one of these. Yep. That's a lot of silver. That's a lot of silver. Our demand is only like a quarter of what this one machine makes, but that's a lot of silver. That's a lot of silver. Ugh. I think we can bias this more to silver. Yeah, this isn't... Don't trust the final output numbers of, like, different plates and things in this. They're not correct. Because this is not biased to full silver production right now. It's biased to, like, full lead production. So we might be okay, is what I'm saying. We might be okay. I am going to put my head in the sand and say it'll work out for the short term. Cladded core we make, but do we put that on? Yeah, we do put that on belts separately. Iron niobium coating uses 0.58, and we're going to need an extra 0.22, so like 0.8. Yeah, this is only 0.6, so we need another assembler here. Yep, we got to double that, which also increases our glass core demand. A little bit more aramid. Did I decide I had space in aramids? I know aramid came up from something else. Yeah, we have a lot of aramid. Glass, niobium complex, nitrobenzene. Yeah, let's double check glass core. Oh yeah, we make plenty of glass core with just one machine. Beautiful. So that's an easy enough upgrade. Nanofibrils is not an upgrade that we're doing. I was just looking at other things with that. What are we up to? Cladded core, aluminium is fine, borax is fine, sulfuric acid is fine, stainless is fine, biofilm might or might not be fine. Hydrogen peroxide, ugh. Chlorine, advanced coating, even more silver. Is boron carbide new? Possibly. And I think fiberglass is new and dimethyl sulfide are both going to be new. Okay. So there's more to go through here, but I think we've got enough stuff that we can add the requests for to the mall. And then we can go out and do our Kevlar, rayon, and battery. We just need basically 2 sets of this, right? They're the same? Yes. And then cladded core is 1 more automated factory and 1 more chemical plant. Okay. Let's go get some upgrades in. Kevlar is up here. Where is rayon? Also up here. Okay, I thought so. Sweet. Rayon, Kevlar, and then batteries are down here. And I might call it the end of the stream after those upgrades. We're at 4.5 hours today. And then we will pick up on Thursday with the new alloys and the cladded core upgrade. There we go. These also need prod modules. Okay. What are you waiting on? Carbonyl. Ah, right. Let's get that connected correctly. There we go. And these are outputting a total of 1, 1. Whoops, more modules. 3 a second. Okay. That is rayon upgraded. Cool. It didn't really, well, it doesn't look like it needs it, but that's just because we haven't built the expanded demand yet, right? We're starting from the bottom. Kevlar needs a second assembler. And I'm going to change this a little bit. We are just going to go ahead and set this up as we would Height of the pie building's throwing me off again. There we go. That's centered.
Space. Space.
Reach 399. Thank you so much for the follow. And for getting me to 175. Which is not a particularly round number, and I don't know why I chose it. But that was the current goal. Yeah, I'm just gonna upgrade these pipes all the way back. 'Cause I can. Oh, of course. These should also be prodded. 0.83, 0.83. Yeah, 2 grays is fine. And then output. Something like that. Alright, I don't love it. But it works. To a second Kevlar. Sweet. Alright, that just has a battery upgrade left. How do I want to route myself? Let's do this first. Otherwise I'm going to get distracted. We still need more trains? We still need lots more trains. Okay. I keep hoping that it'll fix itself. It was just a temporary spike in demand. It is not a temporary spike in demand. Wow. Oh, I also typoed it. Jeez. Let's try that again. Huh. Chat just disconnected again. I think Twitch is just having issues with its chat room. I'm choosing to believe that anyway. Does this steam pipe do anything useful anymore? I can't imagine. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna disconnect this. Because that'll let me pull all of these back up to where they're supposed to be. And then that's the even centers. These are also even centers. Okay, that's what I thought. We're gonna take... No? Yes. Like that. that. And then these ones are going to get brought up here to a new column. What do I want to do this? Let's make a blueprint. Get rid of all of that. Yeah. Where's my new blueprint? That does not look particularly centered, does it? Are these the same distance apart here? No. That's narrower than this one. I mean, I guess it makes sense because they're kind of vaguely... I have even centers and odd centers in different columns so that they look nicer. But... And then I also don't think I keep stone in my inventory anymore, so this is also not going to work. Yeah, I started with one even, one odd column, and then one of them got much larger, and now they've both overflowed. But... Alright, I'll have to come back with some stone and... Well, I could do this. We don't really need it all the way down here if I'm fixing the columns. I can also get rid of all this. None of this is being used anymore anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Good job, bots, on filling in everywhere that the words aren't. Here, let's just... Apparently, I also don't have these, like, taller balloon lamps. I don't know why I used those ones. I'm actually just going to replace all these with my standard lamps. I probably need to take the time to just make this whole thing a little more deliberate. But, all right, it's better. How's that look? Can I, like, zoom in on this all the way? Almost. We got one more here. But that's really just because of the, train warnings notifications. Could also move it to the mall. True, although it's near the spaceship. There was some intentionality here. But this is fine. This fits on a screen again. That's really what matters, is that it fits on a screen again. Okay. Cool. Thank you again, Reach399, for the follow. Sorry, I turned your follow into an excuse to refactor the display a little bit, but there we go. It's looking better. I do still have the problem that the even centers and the odd centers are not the same number of people in each one. For whatever reason, we have way more even centers than odd centers, I think. Is how it goes. So I might try to refactor it again. Maybe move it from 4 columns to 5 columns, and then I can have 3 columns for even centers. And why are there trains out of fuel? How is that happening again? Excuse me? because these are all supposed to have buffers. So that shouldn't be possible anymore, right? Did we not design this that way? Come on, you. I need to click on you. Yeah. Did we do it wrong on one of the See, the problem is this could be one depot that's screwed up. One inserter facing the wrong way. But the whole reason we have this design with these buffers is so that even when this belt is very full... Did I add way more trains and it just never caught up yet? I don't think so. Yeah, and then it goes to idle. That's exactly the way it's supposed to be working. I'm concerned. I'm concerned that one of my depots is actually secretly wrong. Although if I'm lucky, I'll, like, just scroll through here and I'll see, like, oh, I missed one of these inserters and one of the chests is full or something like that. Right? That's kind of what you hope to see. Aha! Here we go. This depot is just full of containers. And it's full of containers because... Oh. Is that the issue? Do I need to have a higher train limit on getting containers out? The issue might also be that somehow we got too many containers in the loop. Like, there's a lot in this output station, too. I can bump all these up to higher train limits, but I'm concerned that what has happened is that my attempt at having... logic for this. No, we're fine. We have lots of space. I might just need to push all these up to a higher, That one's fine. That one is not ideal. I'm gonna push them all up to a higher train limit. We're low on trains, right? So the issue might just be that we physically don't have enough trains to do these deliveries. Although they are high priority, so I don't know how that works. Like, obviously, the priority affects for the same item, which stations get their requests fulfilled first. But I don't know if it affects... I don't think there's any way for it to affect... Yeah, they're at, like, priority 99. But I don't know if that actually affects how Cybersyn chooses which jobs to dispatch to. Once it chooses which job, it uses that to prioritize which station. But does the priority actually mean that we prefer to send trains to that? I don't think so. But, like, yeah, this issue, that's a lot of trains that are... potentially, because a lot of trains are currently blocked behind broken trains. So, like, I am going to need to go fix this. Yeah, and it might be worth it to have a dedicated train line. I didn't think it was necessary, but Obviously, things can go wrong here. Way up there. With all of those set to higher train limits, Cybersyn should at least try harder to clear them out now. But I'm concerned that the damage is done. And that we're going to start to have more of these failures as we go. One down there. Yep. Several more just failed. It just went from 5 to 7. Oh. All right. I think this is a problem for Thursday, Brandon. I don't have the energy for this right now.
Space!
BP Nowick, thank you so much for the follow. All right, let me get back over to the to the Wall of Fame. I'll get your name on the Wall of Fame, and then we're gonna wrap up. Oh. Fix that while we're here. But this is a problem that is only going to make itself worse over time, right? Because as trains get stuck and aren't completing their deliveries, it slows down the whole system. And then there aren't trains available to clear out the empty canisters, and then it just repeats. I think I got that right. And of course, it's an even center. We were just talking about how there's way more of those than odd centers. So yeah, I need to readjust this so that it's like 3 columns of even centers and 2 columns of odd centers. But I'll figure that out. Figure that out off camera, I think. Can we do like a right there and barely squeeze it on? Yeah, we can. Thanks again for the follow, BP. As always, if anyone thinks they should be on the board but isn't, you can always feel free to let me know. Insert a throughput mod when I sign off for the night. Yes. I will do that. But yeah, when we come back on Thursday, we are going to have to deal with the whole base falling over. Are you on the board, Acid? Probably not, because I think you followed me when I was playing something else. You are not. Oh, click the checkbox. There we go. I can't hit enter. There we go. And you're actually an odd center. Yeah, so Thursday, we will come back and deal with the broken trains, because broken trains are broken. The whole base is going to grind to a halt. The base is in the process of grinding to a halt, right? Trains are running out of fuel. We can't get trains for deliveries because trains can't finish their deliveries because there's broken trains blocking the tracks. Everything's a disaster. I'm thrilled. But that's Thursday's problem. Tomorrow, there's not going to be a stream. As part of all of the horrible construction noise that's always in the background, tomorrow there is an electrician coming by to redo the main feed to the house, which is great, but the only time they can come by is like right in the middle of my stream time. So I'm going to have to try to figure out if I'm going to be able to get a makeup stream scheduled, but my weekends are kind of awful for the next couple weeks. So not sure how that's going to go yet, but no stream tomorrow. And we will be back on Thursday with more pie. So thanks everybody again for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you found this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there is, as always, a link to my Twitch down in the description. And I'll see everybody next time.